Welcome to another live stream. It's your boy Austin. Got my dog Skully going. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I found this tennis ball. I put it in my pocket. I didn't know that it was soaking wet, but it's kind of gross. You can just grip onto there and go. Big Tender 1982, thank you for the like and the comment here. Thank you for popping in. Just been riding, kind of looking at IP2 right now, checking, looking for that wedding. Looking for that wedding video. Sounds like there was some drama. I guess OG streamed the whole thing and made like $300, but then like did a dumbass thing that he basically was like yelling at Blackbird for doing last night, which was like incriminating himself. And so OG was like, "Oh, I was streaming," when he should have said he was taking pictures, because I don't know, there's no streaming allowed or something. I don't totally understand. Here's an NSFW post. From Bake's Hobbit feet straight to chicken's mouth. She will never love you this much. Ouch. He's all yours, USA. Ouch. NSFW. Anyway, hope everybody's doing good. Salvatore with another like. Thank you. Thank you for the confirmation of the like. Big Tender, what's going on with you, my brother? Haven't seen you in a minute. I got a bunch of videos I'm downloading and uploading right now from my GoPro that I had on for helmet cam today, doing one wheel stuff. I did 3 laps around Lake Padden. Pretty cool scenario. I take the bus out, it drops me off, and then I come back to town. Kind of a little country getaway. I took the bus and did the run 3 times today. Almost did a 4th time, but was kind of running late with the bus. I was like about to run out the door to grab the last bus, and then Scully's like, "Oh, I want to go out. You didn't let me out between the last one." And I only had seconds to spare. So, for my fourth run, I met up with a buddy, and we went to the Arboretum. He ended up buying me a beer, and then we went out to the marina and just kind of went to a spot where we charged the boards, and that was about it. Grabbed a beer. Oh, we drank the beer at the top of the parking garage. So there's a couple clips of us at the top of the parking garage.
But that's where we are currently at.
Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you for recognizing me. First, thank you to the city and especially our parks and public works staff. It is a lot for us to ask them to go on site to protest that can be quite confrontational. And I didn't know that staff had gone there on Saturday morning and was met with resistance from the protesters. So if you could extend my personal thanks to those staff members. Again, it's just something that is very difficult to put city staff in that position. I have heard from a lot of residents around Laurel Park, and they're terrified. There's a lot of noise at night. Saturday morning, they woke up to dozens of pallets circling the park that one would assume was put there in order to create a protest resistance should the police show up.
Wow, they fenced it out.
That even though they have expressed a lot of compassion and, past support and current support towards homeless services, that this is basically a hostile takeover of the park by protesters and the collective. And unfortunately, some of our homeless community members are kind of wrapped up with that. So I do hope at some point the park can be returned so that other community members can safely use it. I've heard from people who do not feel safe going there because of harassment. And some people are feeling as though they're basically in a hostage situation and they don't feel safe leaving their homes, even to walk around there because of being confronted. And I know that the city staff and police are well aware of that, but I don't know if the community is well aware of
What an
that.
appropriate like ratio is 51 likes, 50 dislikes, 5150 is code
in a
for
residential neighborhood where people are literally
getting somebody to get a
location.
mental health evaluation.
When you have people who are using their hoses or their bushes for various business, and residents come out and say, please don't do that. And then they are confronted in a way that is inappropriate, that makes them feel jeopardized and unsafe. This is not tenable. We heard multiple times all the services that we are funding and
You may now
together
fist
to
the
assist
bride.
people who are without shelter. And yes,
There's some
we
mean
cannot
pictures of it.
provide shelter to everyone's preference, but there is available beds. And this has to end. And I just trust that the city is looking at how this will be addressed and that we will not be talking about our neighbors' safety 2 months from now, as far as the way things have kind of elongated in Jerry Field. And I know people are resistant to speak up because of the harassment and doxing. I mean, there's been things on social media where council members' pictures of their homes have been posted along with their address and a call for protesters to go to their homes. I'm uncomfortable. And I think it's important for the community to realize this and hear this, that this is a protest, and it is an organization who is really targeting members of our community to speak up, who they're targeting council, they're targeting the mayor. I want to share that when my husband and I stood in front of Seth's house when his protest went to go protest in front of his house, my husband was assaulted. Someone took a pole and smacked him up the center of the head for standing there. And he just recently filed a report on that. And he hesitated to do that because of fear of my safety. He didn't want to report it because his wife is a council member and he was afraid it would put a target on our house and it would put a target on me. But I think it's really important for the community to understand, to stand in solidarity and say, we support your right to protest, but not to target our mayor's house and vandalize. My husband was hit with a stick in the middle of the head for standing there. And this is not okay. So this has to end. I mean, I know people are going to come at me and say things, but this is not right. And this is not helping the people who are unsheltered who are at that park. To be able to stand between them and services and outreach is wrong. To use people for protest is wrong. So I'm just exposing it so that people are fully aware of what has been happening and make that part of the public record.
Thank you, Councilmember Anderson. Mayor Fleetwood, did you?
Well, just a response. Councilmember Anderson expressed concern that the camp that has been started at Royal Park might continue for a long duration. And I just want to express to you that that's not going to happen. I think you realize, for love obvious reasons, we don't go into particular detail about aspects of an operation, but it will be coming to an end, and that's appropriate for many of the reasons that you described. This community cares very much about issues of homelessness. The last 2 hours and the presentation that was given by so many different service providers and our own staff is a testament to that. And the amount of money that this community has supported paying locally to address this issue is testament to that. You all made a decision to uphold our Bellingham Municipal Code, which has prohibitions against camping in public parks. Public parks are for everybody. And that's what we're enforcing in this case. There are a variety of places that people can go.
What's messed up is my friends have gotten trespassed for like a year at a time for camping in their car when they lived in their car. In the same places they had these massive camps.
In order to home that we're working to put up this spring. I'm delighted to say that we're now at spring. Base camp still has room for many people. We recognize the concerns that critics of our emphasis on that say. There are some people that can't go there. It's not right for everybody. We acknowledge that. There's also a lot of overstatement expressed by people when they overstate how many people can't get in there. Base camp, people at Lighthouse Mission have continuously said that that's overstated, and that in fact there's a process for re-entry for most people there. And let's not forget that this is by no means a suggestion for any kind of ultimate solution. It's not. But it's important to remember that there were over 100 tiny encampments throughout our community that existed before November 11th, when the protests at City Hall began, that we did not enforce against. So I think that those things need to be made clear. But to your point, Councilmember Anderson, the Laurel Park tent encampment is going to be ended.
That's the mayor.
Councilmember Lindquist.
Kind of following the nature of those last two comments. I wish that we could kind of go to the points where we actually, I think, almost everyone in the community agrees, which is sympathy for people who are experiencing homelessness and a willingness to commit public resources to helping out with especially long-term solutions to getting people back into permanent and stable housing, but also short-term stopgap shelter. But instead, what we're dealing with is protests, that the energy is being expended not on solutions, but on dealing with protests that I think are misinformed, misguided, misdirected, and counterproductive. They're ineffective. And they're ineffective because they're ignoring the essential truth
Gully,
that
gully,
this
gully.
community cares and
Do you need
serves
crunches?
millions of dollars every year and is helping out hundreds of people at this very moment in hundreds, multiple plural, in a variety of ways, in many different programs that are involved in securing stable, independent, dignified housing. And to ignore that entire iceberg and focus on this difficult tip, those who remain unsheltered, is to miss the bigger picture. And that's why those voices of protest will never be persuasive, because they're not focusing on the solution, which is the housing. And if they did honor their own call for housing for all, and then look at our housing system and realize, for example, the actions taken today to augment and improve the capacity for that housing system, they wouldn't be able to say, you're not doing anything, you're not caring, you're not paying attention. You can't listen to today's presentation or the one for last meeting or the ones to come, or for that matter, a whole variety of other things, and say that we're not paying attention, that we don't care. So these protests are designed to
Miss Alice Ariana, I love your
and
streams.
to shame
I'm going to chill and listen with the
their and
council
other community leaders, and also to shame
council
the care
meeting.
providers as being part of the
Yes, this is a meeting.
I don't feel ashamed, even though I know the system is less than it ought to be, less than it can be, less than it will be. I'm not ashamed for trying and not succeeding 100%. I'm only ashamed if I didn't try and didn't notice and didn't care, and know that's true. So I'd like to get back to doing what we're doing, which is talking about solutions to homelessness, and that means housing, and that means shelter that is intimately tied to housing. And these protests are ways of creating conflict, but not solution. And I think that's their biggest failing, is that they're not going to lead to positive change.
Councilmember Anderson.
So I failed to mention something just for full disclosure. If the protest is just solely about we need to change our zoning, or we need to...
I'm in Bellingham, Washington. It's about 80 miles
not
north
that I
of...
necessarily agree with the whole methodology, but it would be a little bit more palatable in some
Seattle.
respects, because it would be more transparent.
It's near the Canadian border.
Look at the route of what they post.
It's basically the last
and
big
what they're
city
calling
before the
for
Canadian
is
border,
about
bigger city before the Canadian
police,
border.
and to defund police and then move that funding over to services. That is not in line with what the entire community would necessarily
I'm
support.
not feeling so hot, so I might end up jumping in the shower.
We have a responsibility.
Not totally
for
sure.
all services towards our community. And we
I'm
don't
making
have
some dinner,
finite
but
dollars to
I
do
don't think I
everything.
want any
And
of
so
it
we really try
right
to
now.
provide balance. Personally, I feel we need law enforcement, and there's a lot of things from human trafficking to child pornography to theft to violence, that we need officers in order to provide
Real hot
services and a certain amount of safety net to the community. And I know people will argue that and feel that officers are
I got a sauna to help me.
But there's a whole host of other community
Might turn that
members
on.
and businesses and victims who rely on officers and investigation to provide relief.
Vaping some
for,
weed, relaxing. Hell yeah.
what has happened.
I need to start vaping
and
again and stop smoking.
preventative. So I think it's important for the community to understand that for full transparency is a lot of what they have stated, the goals around some of this protest is about defunding police. So it's just not about homeless and providing services. It's the
Thanks for
means that
coming
they
in.
hope to be able to generate or motivate us, as it was mentioned.
Yeah, she's down
shame
here
us, or in a way, I think, harass and threaten us
Kind of hanging,
in order
looking at the
to
food.
make meet an end to that mean. But I think it's just important that the community understands the root of it and makes a decision.
She's had a bad knee her whole life, so she hangs one leg out the back.
As mentioned by Eric Johnson, there was a lot of community donations, and I'm not saying at all that the community should not care or donate to individuals who are needing those assistance, but I would just plead to the community that the graciousness
Yeah,
and the
she's
generosity
11,
that
but
you
she's had a
feel
bad
towards
knee
members
her
of our
whole
community,
life.
please direct that towards the staff,
When I
well
picked her up,
established social
she had-
services who have a successful
She had a
track
vet
record
that
of
already said her
assisting people
kneecap was
who are
loose.
homeless.
So it's called a patella
We heard from a
luxation.
lot of those providers today, and I know that, you know, if you
She
want
had
to
surgery
donate,
for it to like try to fix it.
you know, 5
But it
big
wasn't
bags of
like-
dog food,
it wasn't-
Humane
it didn't
Society, I'm
permanently
sure
do
will
anything. It didn't
welcome that
permanent
type of
fixing.
donation. If you want to donate,
It didn't
clothing
permanently
or
fix her.
funding, I'm sure there are other agencies, especially monetary donations.
It started going back out
You know,
again, but
Lydia Opportunity Council,
luckily,
all
she
of them could utilize that generous.
doesn't
support.
have it lock out of place
And I
completely.
do believe it would have a greater impact for the community that
Oh, I see. It just sort of helped for a bit. Yeah, wasn't for sure.
Let's see other hands at this time. A quick follow-up question, and then I had some comments of my own. But to Mayor Fleetwood or Brian Heinrich or Eric Johnson, I don't know if there's any information that could be provided on two fronts. One, the number, if we have any approximate number.
She's kind of acting like she wants to
campers,
go
right, who were, we'll say, displaced. right,
outside, which I don't really want to go
the
outside.
clearing of Jerry Field, and then at Laurel Park. I'm just curious, protests aside, if we have any indication of the number of actual campers.
That's a really difficult question to answer, you know,
Shoot, or
definitively.
Scully wants to go outside.
Our estimates are that at Jerry Field, that the weekend prior to the cleanup, there were between 20 and 30 campers. The morning of, I don't think that we saw that many. I don't think we saw 30 campers. There's certainly more than 30 tents, but not all of those tents were occupied at that time. Sorry about that. And it's also safe to say that many of the tents were occupied by the same person. So we should not assume that one tent means one person, because sometimes campers have more than one tent. When we got to Laurel Park, and Brian can help me with this, when we arrived in the morning, there were between, rough count, about 25 tents on site. Don't think I could say that there were 25 campers, but there were about 25 tents on site. There were about 25 to 30 other people in the park at the same time. Some were helping, some were yelling at staff. That's okay, I don't mind being yelled at, there's nothing wrong with that. But it's really hard to say how many campers were there. So my guess, my thumbnail guess, and it is just a guess because it's hard to get a head count because people are obviously moving around, was that at Laurel Field there were about 20 people on Tuesday morning. At the end of the day, there were about 7 tents left on site at Laurel Field. But again, not all the tents were occupied as a living space. So one of the tents that I was standing next to was not being used as a place for people to live.
OnlyFans, yeah. OnlyFans is
activities that,
something I've been taking a break from for quite a while, but I just recently posted there.
Thank you for that. So
Just
the
recently
follow-up
posted there
question
again.
is about resources. So I understand that there was, I don't know if it was a handout or just verbally given, but a list
And
of resources
I plan to
to
continue posting over
campers,
there.
places they could go or contact. Curious if the administration was able to share who are those contacts or resources.
So on March 10th, 11th, and 12th at Jerry Field or adjacent at Civic Field, the city invited service providers. Probably I can get the exact names, but it's who you might expect. Some of whom were on that presented here earlier today. We're there at Civic Field to offer their services and resources. We did not have a handout, and I think I would.
Check. Yeah, sorry, the mic's in here. So I'll just move it a little bit closer, but I can't move it very far because I don't have the extender on there. Oh, I got it in the room. There we go. Oh, I think this looks so nice. Oh, it's hot. Oh, it's hot. I think I just had to go potty. I know it's just because of that. Because I felt a lot better before I even got. But a bong hit will help you go to the bathroom a lot of times. I know it's easy to kind of be like fixated on a bong hit maybe more intensely than you have to go to the bathroom. Then it's like Maslow's hierarchy of needs. You fulfill the like the most basic of needs first. Well, my answer to my nausea today was just like, I'm gonna ride super hard. Because I know if I'm like working, riding, I can distract myself from the nausea. Which some people around me want to say it. It's the weed, but yeah, it's kind of. Kind of eases the sucking a lot. This look. I should just get the vape out right now. The vape out in the grinder. Nurse myself back to that. I like being on the vape because you like other people, or like when you're you're not used to even trying to vape, you're like, am I even getting anything? But when you like only use the flower vape versus smoking joints or bongs, will slowly reduce your, you think, tolerance level, and you'll be more, to be at this like lower frequency of tolerance, which could just be scientifically described probably as someone that's beginning to consume lower ranges of THC. Probably do like a daily, weekly, monthly average of like cannabinoids ingested. I don't know. I don't know though. At the same time, I think when I would vape, I might be vaping like, I feel like I was vaping pretty hard. Like I was almost trying to make up for the difference. Anyway, I have two styles of flower vapes. Well, technically a couple more. Oh, it's kind of crazy. I want to ride, but my back's like so when I'm riding. It's like improvement. Met this old skater dude at the top of the parkade today. His name was Walter. And he was at the top of the parkade in a cast from a week ago, fucking breaking his wrist going down the spiral. He said he estimated he was at 27 miles an hour. I don't know how he came up with that, but 23 is pretty rough. I don't see him getting that past 23, to be honest. He could have fallen at 17 and fucking broken all that shit. But yeah, he wanted to use a pipe, and I let him use my tool I had. He chatted away with Nighthawk, who I think was at one point kind of ready to go and kind of help facilitate that, because I was just kind of letting him take his time. I didn't want to share with him. And the bowl piece is like massive, so I couldn't tell like when he was going to be done. Nighthawk helped ease us into the next transition. It was funny, there was like some very young girls. Very young, meaning like they were old enough to drive, but I don't think too much older than that, probably. And guys, and there was kind of this scene of going up onto the top of the arcade there. It's a nice place to go. I think a lot of people go there. I didn't even realize it. But anyway, I don't know what I was saying other than there were teens there doing photo shoots with like long lens cameras. I'm getting like the Bellingham Bay in the background, I think. I don't know, it seemed like some weird pictures they were taking. Seemed like they could have taken moved around a little bit. I don't know how easy it is to take a picture with the infinite background of the sky and the ocean. Sorry, Attila and Jewel. I missed the wedding live, but I've been watching lots of clips so far. I was watching live when they went into the chapel and they were told without bringing the marriage documents from the marriage licensing place in Nevada. It's open from 8 a.m. to midnight. You get 2 forms of ID and $77 cash. They were just kind of oblivious on this whole situation. And they left the chapel, went and started standing in line, and now they went for some rides, and I came back, and IP2 said, here's the wedding video. I I saw some interesting stuff about OGEs or getting told, I guess at the end after he live streamed the whole thing, that he wasn't allowed to live stream. I think he was getting full blast TTS donation media. I think there was callers nonstop from so they started the stream. Really big mistake at the chapel, and then realize they have to go get the marriage document, which I figured they could have gotten 7 days a week. The marriage document place is open till midnight. Figure they would have gotten that. There's no waiting period where they are or anything like that. But anyway, it was really just a bad move with a lot of people wanting to sabotage the wedding that they essentially leaked where it was. And then had to go do something that took, like, I think it probably added a couple hours. Man, what a terrible way to have your wedding day. To go there and they told them that they were gonna be fit, pretend married. They were gonna get a certificate that didn't have any, wasn't gonna give Attila the green card that he was trying to get. Well, I applaud him for doing this in a moment where it's brought so much. I don't know, did his wedding bring everyone to Vegas, even though by the time the wedding was happening, it was like two people that just basically side-skirted the drama for the last 3 days, didn't get themselves kicked out. OG Geezer and Blackbird, and only OG Geezer showed up. Man, that sucks Blackbird wasn't there, but oh, dude, Blackbird wasn't there because he still hadn't gotten his phone back. Oh, that's why. When people lose their phones, they just fucking are like, oh my god, I can't do anything. Can't go anywhere. If they've got Wi-Fi or something, then it's like they're clutching into the Wi-Fi. I kind of think Blackbird might have not even had any other device of Wi-Fi, that he could have gone home and got on the Wi-Fi and messaged this guy, or even just watched his stream. Today's stream was like trying to get Blackbird's stuff back. Anyway, sorry for rambling on about the IP2 streamers. It's kind of a big deal of everything going on. Breaking news. I think I need like a bunch of groceries, but like It just feels like my fridge is so full and the freezer is so full. Just very minimal things, if anything. Try to throw stuff away or eat it. It's hard being a hoarder. Damn, I fell today and cut my leg. But it wasn't. It was like my typical fall where I was like not doing anything hard. Just, I was coming off of a hard run and I got back onto the sidewalk and then I was like skirting the edge of the sidewalk into a planter hole. And just enough I rolled my board over and like took a knee and sure enough, I think I ripped my pants open and gave myself road rash pretty good. Well, it was kind of like poor me with like, I want some good food, but I just made shrimp with lots of garlic, lots of butter, a good amount of butter. I don't think the butter's helping my it's like really bad for any kind of nausea. I think the nausea has to do with like my acidity, my stomach acidity level. So generally I've been drinking a lot of, when I drink water, I drink it with like a little bit of lemon. Yes. I'm pretty stoked on this concentrate stuff I have, but I cracked the lid and it's been, no closed lid on it for quite a while. It's like really pumping. I should consider getting the like $8 32-ounce bottle of pure lemon juice from like the Santa Cruz brand organics. I've seen those like $8 or $9 maybe even. But it's supposed to be straight lemon juice, so that's actually gonna last you like a lot longer than like a normal 32-ounce Powerade that you're drink straight lemon juice or dilute something all the time. I think. Dude, I should try drinking the lemon juice. I guess I think I'm like acting like I'm talking to chat, but that's kind of content reducer. Scully was already acting like she wanted to go back out. I think she's pretty good about being left for a couple hours where she won't eat too much while you're gone, because when she gets back, she usually acts kind of hungry or usually thirsty, takes a big drink. She didn't need to go out now. She does now. Anyway, a lot of the stuff I talk about, I assume people know about, but that's not always the case. A lot of it revolves around streamers in and around the IP2 network, which you can find drama and a list of the streams that are on online, and then when they were last online. And I have kind of avoided ever being like put on that list in a way. So it just seemed like I need to set the vape back up. My easiest one is the portable vape to use. It's Volcano, basically Volcano brand, stores in Bickel, German made. I think I'll set the desktop one up. I'm not looking forward to taking Scully out because I've got a follower out there. She just runs far and wide. Takes her sweet ass time coming back. Very far. Luckily, I was very careful etching her tags, her number into her tags, so people have been able to read it. hungry now. This smell doesn't really smell that bad. Oh, my last clip of today that I got on my GoPro that wasn't live or anything, that I'm uploading right now. It's gonna take like 6 hours because the last clip out of probably 20 gigs of information. Anyway, the last clip, I'm going through the park, and there's this like homeless camp up on the top of the ridge, and this guy's dog just comes flying down the hill, and I didn't think too much of it, but I heard him just screaming like that's a big deal, and the dog got pretty close and was kind of feeling me out, barking and stuff. A lot of dogs don't like the one wheels. Dang it, Scully, you're looking at me like you need to go out again. Scully, I want to eat some food before I have to go. So I gotta move this one. Dread. I could chill in here, don't they? Volcano. Yeah, the Volcano brand is like the most expensive like vaporizer of all time. It's like the $500 for the non-digital one, and maybe like $600 or $700 for the digital one that shows you the temperature. Yeah, the Volcano, it looks like a volcano, and its claim to fame is that it has those balloon bags that it'll come with. I've got like a cheap version of it that isn't able to fill balloon bags, but it has a whip on it. I think I gotta get dressed real quick and tend to the dog. This goes too far. I put my away a little bit deeper than grabbing it off the shelf. I'll show you the little vape I have. I have a little cheap one out. This one was like $40 like 10, 15 years ago, maybe even longer. It has a thing, and now they sell these for like 80, 70, or 60 or 80. unless you can find a cheaper one online. I think I found a version of this on Amazon for like $40, but you're not allowed to have like pipe stuff on there, so it's actually like a sub option to buy the box for a the whip replacement whip. But yeah, this one is the one that's made by Volcano. It's really really high end here. Has Fahrenheit and Celsius. Pop that open, let it get up to 10, and use it. This one is like over $3. So for like top of the line, that one's been made for like 10 years now, and it's still they still make the same one. My package had like a. I'm gonna take the trash out, but Dog Skully. My package said 20% better battery. Oh man, got unknown stuff on my hands from my trash can. Like mashed potatoes. I think like 7 o'clock. I'm turning this plant light off, so it's 8 o'clock. I don't feel so bad about wanting to go to bed maybe a little sooner than later. Some white shrimp. Lots of pre-minced garlic. Usually I fry them a little drier. The garlic sticks to it pretty good. Yeah, garlic is the bomb. Salvatore, thank you for coming in and offering your support. Like the cook with garlic, for sure. Where is the video? Getting married, audio only. Audio only, okay. Yeah, they weren't allowed to stream because they run the like photo scam where they've got $400, a $400 photos that you can buy. Wedding vows and perfectly timed donuts. I can't even hear it. The only thing I thought that shrimp could use is like some lime or lemon.
And while looking at them, he asked him, "Which pledge my love
And devotion.
for better,
For better or for worse?
for richer, for
For richer or for
and
You may now get nude and beat the bride.
The orgy's got in his pocket. Lemon garlic, so good. I miss going to museums. So where I follow a lot of these clips is from ip2always.win. So scuffed, audio only. Lemon garlic. Probably go back to watching that or listening to the city council end of that meeting. Can't hear us. So frustrating. He pulled it out for 2 seconds to get the kiss. And put it back in.
I'm gonna wait outside for your time. I only got this screen too.
Oh. OG got like reprimanded for streaming and like admitted streaming when he should have said he was taking pictures. But he wasn't even, he's got the phone in his pocket. He's already been reprimanded, I think, from the beginning. Try trying a bit of the sauce here. Extra garlicky.
I love that movie. Don't you know movie Soul? No?
Oh, yeah.
It's like about soul going in your body. Yeah. All right, get nice and close, people. Right there, you can take the mask off to the photograph, everybody, okay?
That good.
Very, very nice, everybody.
I think I'm gonna grab some more.
2, 3, nice smile right here, look right here. Very good, very good, very good. Everybody need a point. You can throw that hand on. Very good. Point at me just like that. There you go. Very good. Oh, very good. Everybody, you'll be what's going through. You two going through. All right, Beth, look right at me, look right at me. Yes, there you go. All right. You nice. You love your friends. We had a cake.
Sorry, I was getting a call. I made it home at about 18% battery, I think, left. You're chilling on IP2? Chilling, taking a break? Or getting your daily dose? Anyway, I feel like there's something I need to get from the store to like be around, because I'm like meaning my stomach hasn't been that good, so I think there's some like specific like yogurt or like ice cream has been sounding really good. I have yogurt. I'm always dissuaded from shrimp and crab because you're gonna pick all this stuff out, but I'm gonna start having crab again. I've not had crab in a long time. Like tapioca pudding sounds really good. A lot of times it's like nothing sounds good, but you like go to the store and I gotta try a little bit more of this. Let's do straight garlic. I didn't add any water, I just added a big spoonful of butter, but since it was the bottom of the bag of the shrimp, there was a lot of ice on there. Oh, I bet you'd eat all those bones, wouldn't you? Ooh, that's kind of a gnarly gnarly concoction I'm making in my trash can there. Skully, you got my coat out of there. I saw there was something under here. You want it? You must have figured it out because I don't see anything under there at all. Ooh, here's some of my clothes that have fallen down to a spot that I would not have seen them had I not hunkered down like that. So possibly do a music stream or something. Slide off. It's already freaking late. Late enough to turn that off.
Yeah, that's the my services. And then I'm gonna tell you guys, I'm gonna do this, okay? That's pretty good, okay? I'm gonna upload the photos to our website tonight, okay? Go on with me.
Upload it, go to our webpage. Anyway, searching for Bob Bundy. Oh my God, he's live.
That's good. I don't have to worry about my phone. I bought an alarm clock. Then got home late. So late. Went to bed at 12:30. And somehow woke up at 3 o'clock. 12:30, 1:30. So 2.5 hours, and I was drinking a little bit of Heineken's on a Sunday there. Yeah.
Not sure why he was staying in a.
Hello, everyone. Austin.
I have a channel
My
here.
efforts. And since I'm 86,
I have a Periscope, a TikTok,
Cosmo,
etc.
he probably doesn't
Oh, okay. You feel free to post
want
it
to
in
go
the.
anywhere 'cause,
Feel free to
have those
post it in the
cards,
chat,
and
or I'll just try
my
to.
casino is Orleans, so we're gonna dox it, and we want more people to jump on Bob Bunny's stream, but
Unless you don't want to put the link in there. That's
I
fine.
wouldn't shit, because you guys are so mean like that, darn it. Yes, go to Pepsi, especially now that I got the stream working, because
Word girl.
it's kind of slow. And I tried to get on my Instagram so I could message him. No, it doesn't work. It says the password's not right, or the thing isn't right, or something's not right. I don't know how to do it. Yeah. Tried to start a new one and go, it's Blackbird's phone, and try to mess it. I couldn't even do that. I have no idea. So I remember I strained back on this phone, but looking so fucked up you can't see me. And I was like, well, maybe if I stream, maybe by chance Bob Buddy will go, hey dude, or something. It was a good thing that, you guys are all interconnected and you guys all kind of what's going on and stuff. So that was really cool.
OG Majestic Lions live right now.
My reject phone that's all fucked up. And
Your other channels are the Royal Gen. Cool.
so
I don't really even know how to get into Periscope.
So I really appreciate it.
I've never really done TikTok. I have Instagram. I do AUSTON911. You like Majestic Lions? Hell yeah.
That's good news. I think one more beer, I guess, to double. I guess it's gonna be live. I kind of jumped the gun, because OG's my friend and shit. But he told me what happened with Chicken Annie. So now that I think of it, who are you to get in the way and say you can't do it? It's all you had a plan.
You see those hoodrats? Did you see those hoodrats?
Scripted, set up, or whatever. And then, so I felt bad. Broken glasses, all that shit.
Getting there.
It's not your job to regulate Captain Content Stream. Thought about that. I don't know. I hear there's a
I use Instagram.
Whatever drama.
I use Instagram occasionally.
Los de la familia speaking the moon and it Paco American Me! You ever see that movie, American Me, Chad?
Sure, that's fine. That's fine. I think I'm gonna
What you doing, puppet?
ready to go to the store.
Los de la familia speaking the moon and it Paco With the familiar speaking the moon and Paco Good stuff. Very good. When they took
Yeah, I'm single at the moment, so it's kind of a new place. It's a new place to be. It's a new place for me. It's a new territory. It's a new fruit on a new tree.
and my yellow lighter is gone. I don't have my yellow fucking lighter. I've been smoking all my life. Shit, women belong. Like, people gotta take shit.
Poor OG.
Oh, I forgot to. Thank you.
What sort of way do you lean with people? I don't know. Yeah, my orientation is like straight, but potentially gay for content, I guess, and just kind of like almost down to do something for the meme, but you can't really do anything on YouTube, so I don't know. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
Professional fucking IRLer, Mr. Smarty Pants until I got tricked. Somebody named OG Geezer on Instagram. That's the fake OG Geezer. I don't have an OG Geezer Instagram account. I have something else. I want to just keep that on the roll. So he was texting the fake OG Geezer. My fucking Instagram is not OG Geezer, by the way. It's not even OG with that live. It's not that. I try to keep it because I don't want the community to know my fucking my Instagram is like they use it and shit, and I don't want to blow up my Instagram. Rat fist.
YouTube, come down.
So he was texting the fake OG Geezer on Instagram about coming over he did try to give me notice that he was coming over. And there was the fake OG geezer. I had no idea that he was coming over. I knew he was coming over. I would have fucking like been prepared mentally and physically for everything. But
YouTube will come down with the hammer.
just for fucking,
I'm uploading a
that's what I
ton
do.
of videos right now
I like to
of
have everything on my
clips
phone,
from throughout the day.
log out of my one Instagram, log into another Instagram.
I just kind of mash dump.
The shoes on. Landing fairy tales, Captain Puckholm with Nanobot. Oh, here we go.
Thinking that I could, you know, drop the ball buddy on here, something or even though it's how much you want it. That's really awesome. Yeah, thank you. The good thing that I somehow woke up on a great God and it did my job.
He just needs the IG Bob Bundy.
2.5 hours of sleep.
1111. On something.
On the gold early, fuck, that's awful. But we probably just get it stuck with our gold.
Right, so I'm gonna fuck you. I'm not playing that. And I hate these fucking frames. They're killing my fucking nose. Those reading glasses.
You can't play that anyway.
Fucking
Okay, I gotta get other pants on. OG's ignoring me. Thanks. I don't have it ping notifications to my phone, so if you like want to try to get a hold of me like quickly, I'm not on like their Facebook. I was watching OG Majestic Lion. I thought he became too much. There's my dog. Did she really want to go out again? Is that a thing? Okay, I think I can. Nice, my bathroom fan worked again for a brief amount of time. Okay, try not to get beer. I'm gonna set the vape up when I get back. I'm gonna go to the store and get I thought about filming my life like that. Yeah, I'm just doing I got like little snippets going on. like kind of almost all could be considered live inspired because I don't really have like the computing power to do the levels of like editing vlogs and stuff, but I think like if time wasn't an issue, if editing vlogs wasn't difficult and kind of expensive, you need a better computer and so and on and on. I'm on like a several $100 desktop PC I got from Costco. Many years ago, so it's probably pretty obsolete. I could probably get one similar, maybe $400, $500, desktop PC computer. Probably have a pretty good computer still for a while. Not totally sure. I kind of want to make the jump to Apple products and get, like the minimum setup that would allow me headlamp. Yeah, I'll leave the stream on since I thought it would be kind of I lost my train of thought. But as of right now, most of anything that goes up is like live inspired if it's not live itself, because it's done in one take. It's not chopped up, it's not edited generally. There's times where I have been adding music to things within YouTube's ability to do that. Man, these things are badass. Treat it like a freaking piece of plywood, my friend says. But yeah, I'll see you in a little bit. I hope you're still here. See you in maybe half an hour. Golly, golly, golly. That's my character. And you leave me with and wanting you. You leave me with and wanting you. Baby, baby, baby. Someone there? Someone there. Here. Just a doggy, but I got lots of yummies. I should be asleep, and I just bought all this. I figure no beer, we'll drink a cream soda. I got the fancy ass lemon juice. I noticed the smaller one was like $6 and this one was like 7 something, so I don't know why you get the smaller one. More orange juice. I'm fucking myself up again. Got the tapioca. A couple times of cheese. Chamomile lavender. Probably gonna get into that sushi. Yeah. Kind of been thinking I need to end my stream until I leave. Just conserve bandwidth. So here's the proof I need a double bag. Look, there's like a hole there. Thought I could show this a little bit better, but there's a hole through both ways. There's another hole. There's 3 holes. Shit's just gonna blow out. We have a better word. Okay, how much sushi am I going to limit myself to? Because I probably shouldn't go crazy on the party platter. There's like a bigger, even bigger one. I should be asleep, so it should be like 2 bites, no soy sauce. It's maybe one of these crazy wet ones. I had it sideways in the bag. And then I held the bag like with the other hand and 2 hands, closing the top one by keeping the sushi level. There's a production. That's not bad. There's different like wasabi mayonnaises that they've been putting on stuff at different places that have been really popular. And it's really easy to go overboard. I think that one's actually pretty good. Or maybe that's just a light hot mustard mayo. I don't know what it is. It's like a sweet sauce. It doesn't really seem like hot mustard. It doesn't really seem like wasabi mayo, or I don't know, maybe I don't know the title. And then Google. I don't think they're going to say spicy sushi mayo. Spicy sushi mayo. What is the yellow sauce made of? Often can refer to 2 continent soybean, yellow soybean paste, or fermented paste from yellow soybean, salt, and water used in Chinese cuisine. That was just like, what is yellow sauce made of? Google answer. I don't know what the question was. What's yellow sauce on sushi? I don't know if that was really What is the yellow sauce I see drizzled on sushi? Someone found orange one. Eel sauce. Yellow one is eel sauce and sweet soy sauce. Spicy mayonnaise is trending right now. Yellow sauce could be mouse. I don't think so. Oh my words. Stumbled on like a Reddit of like a beautiful sushi platter that I have to look at. I don't know. That had my mouth watering. Oh wow, more complicated than I thought. I thought it was just rice. wish they had 2 packets of soy sauce in this. I think the soy is just like a sweet mayo. I love the crunchy tempura stuff. Never enough of that.
What's that? Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I haven't had mess with either of my tires in a while.
I don't want to hear it, dude. 1025? Definitely don't want to hear it. This is, I think, the winner right here. With the raw, it's still got straight up a California roll going on the side. Double check the thumbnail. Oh my gosh, this is when he fell off the cliff. Oh, I gotta watch this. He falls off the cliff. I'm putting the cliff falling off the cliff the thumb.
Avoid.
I'm like, avoid this one little rock here.
Right there. You got it.
Man, the quality on this, the playback is so bad.
Common mistake for me.
Watch this.
Oh, mother. Get her up there. Whoa, whoa, whoa,
And
whoa,
then
whoa. Here, grab the stick or
he
something.
fell down there at night, and I was like, just go on the path below. But it meets up.
Fucking. No, it's an ugly little.
I like spicy rolls. Yeah, there's definitely like any of the sauces usually are associated with spicy, but more often they're like this gentle Mayo spice. Your Nighthawk almost dies off the cliff again. Yep, he did it before. But at night with headlamps tumbling down the hill like Humpty Dumpty. Uh-oh. I got the one that was next to the wasabi, but it just reminds me I love wasabi. Fever, hi boss. I'm new to this channel. What's up, dude? I'm with the like we're heavily affiliated with like the IP2 network. I'm not on it or anything. Kind of never wanted to be on it, but I stay up on a lot of that stuff. I do a lot of one reel writing. If you're done with IP2, I mod for Geese. And just because I'm a streamer and an OG myself to whatever extent within the community. I sniped ice. I was down with the original community, like the Ice Poseidon community, like back when that was like, I don't know. Anyway, do I know Fever? No, I don't. Is he a creator as well? Drinking this real cryptically labeled cream soda. It just said cream on it. And I was like, that's probably pretty good. There's only one left. I think the only one left kind of gets me every time. Dude, I'm not going to care about soy sauce in the morning, but I want some soy sauce right now. I hate having to ration soy sauce. We didn't have any next to it for free. Anyway, maybe we could start more with, hey, Fever, how'd you find out about me? But yeah, I'm definitely an old fag. Like, I sniped RV1. And we're about to have RV7. It was either RV1 or RV2. It was the one that came to Seattle. Had Hampton Brandon on it. Sweet Casanova, who doesn't really stream anymore. She kind of got on it for the wrong reasons. She was sleeping with Sam Pepper on that stream, on that RV trip. Pretty funny. Like, out of anybody to group up with, it seemed like the safe kind of bet. But I rolled up. It took me forever to find it because I had nobody in my chat. I still have really nobody in my chat, but like I got like 8 people in my chat or something when I was going to find him. And I was hoping chat would help me find him, but yeah. A lot of IP2 is all referring to it as RV1 now. But I swear we considered it RV2 at the time. And up until, I don't know, history has kind of shifted. But I have all those VODs up still. I end up getting to the RV at like 7 in the morning or 8 in the morning. Before they wanted to get up, I pound on the door. Sandpepper pops his arm out the side. I see the full sleeve of tattoos. So like I know, confirm that it's him for sure. And he's like, hey, you're a sniper, right? Like, let us sleep for a couple hours or whatever. You plan all that with once in a while? Oh, I don't think so. There wasn't really much to plan. I was trying to get chat. I don't think Juan was even probably in my chat, but I was trying to get chat to figure out where Ice was and keep telling me where he was watching his stream. Figure out where he was parked when I should have just turned off my stream for a few minutes every couple hours and like watched the stream on my own or tried to piece it together. But there was one. Okay, so when they got to Seattle, they were absolutely haggard to the point of this trip is done. Everyone's basically, almost everyone was splitting ways once they were done with the final meetup in Seattle. They were ready to get the hell out of there. Somebody gave them like a pound or more of weed when as a stream sniper, and they were like bringing them to their gardens and stuff, and like taking ice on a tour of their gardens, I guess, for quite a while. Like, so there's like a lot of missing time during that day. Okay, so I got to the RV early in the morning, smoked a blunt with Brandon Hampton. I brought my dog Scuffed Wishbone, tried to give her as an offering. Took the dog for the day. Ooh, I missed a spot. That's gross. Ooh, that's gnarly. That's funny. I went to church the other day with. Where's that? When they went, is that when they went to Alki David? I have no idea if that was the same trip, because that would have been day one of the trip or something, that would have been while they were still in LA. But then smoked a blunt with them. Okay, so I get to the RV that morning, and he's like, go away, we got to sleep a little bit later, and, come mess with us later. I'm really excited. I see another guy looking over at me in the park in a car like a bunch of times, and I go and like knock on his window, and I'm like, are you a stream sniper too? And I'm like, oh, I'm totally a stream sniper too. Like I was streaming or whatever the whole time, like with shit in my hand. But I jump in. I'm like, can I jump in your car and like get an update? And he's like, oh, I came in super early in the morning, and I've been spamming the address in chat where they are. And I think they had their toilet system just went kaput when they got to Seattle. So it was like, it was like, I think that was later. I think that was later. That was later on. That was like RV4 or, okay. So I remember the RV that I sniped is RV2, but I've been repeatedly seeing memes of each RV trip, and it's showing, I don't know, the one I was on is RV1, but Hampton Brandon was on it, Mexican Andy was on it, Scuff Steve Jobs was on it. Dan Kwan was on it. Sweet Aaron, Casanova, and Sam Pepper. And it was just like a cast of people that I realized if an EBZ, I think, was supposed to be on it and was on it for a few days, but him and Hampton Brandon couldn't be on the same bus without killing each other. So EBZ, I believe, ditched within just a couple days of that one starting. Okay, so that one was up the West Coast in all legal weed states, and so that was like dubbed the weed tour, and Ice was like sick of that. I don't know, because he's always trying to like have a good brand when he can't control his brand like one bit. That being said, the RV after that, whatever one you want to call it, if you want to call it 3 or 4 or 2, was the one where Mexican Andy was supposed to go on it. But then Bjorn went on it, Blade, and they went through like Louisiana, and they went to, I think their goal was to get to Florida. And then like, what's fucked up is they should go to Florida and back. Not just... Anyway, and that the one after was like all drinking. Anytime somebody brought weed out that they had brought on the trip, Ice lost his fucking marbles because of because they were in all like very, very strict states, like, you know, Texas, Louisiana, Arizona, like I think there's a lot of like zero tolerance for small amounts of marijuana in Louisiana, which is crazy because there's been people in chat that have come in and talked about, you know, how easy it is to get weed in Louisiana, but I had just heard, you know, with like mandatory minimum sentencing, it's like they could put you away for a day, for a year and a day, something like that. Wasn't Uber with him on that trip? Or was that a trip after? I feel like that was probably the trip after, and they probably went to Farmer Charlie's sometime after that. I don't know. Farmer Charlie was trying to like start a streamer house, I think right around that time, and like right around the streamer house time. And I don't know how much of an RV trip it was, as much of they just went to go visit him, who I think ended up trying to like help the community, but probably just got fucked over by the community, probably. Oh man, I thought I had a little bit more in here than that. I could totally go for another one of these. It's so good. It's so much more refreshing than a beer. I don't know why I'm eating all this. Like, I'm just gonna eat a couple pieces and like kind of got out of hand. I'm just gonna eat a couple pieces. I had all that I made all that the shrimp that was supposed to be my dinner. This dude should join STD. What was that? A soup piece QC. Well, SGC is cool with Elkie now, but it's mainly because he's his employee, and it's kind of like trying to help. We'll see how happy Alki is with him in 3 months when SJC probably hasn't moved a respectable amount of product for his clout. I usually don't eat the ginger, I just kind of spit it out, but a lot of times I'll eat it if it's not that strong. I think I was hungry for rice with the shrimp. So I think that's why I went there. I wanted the rice. Actually, I thought I was almost going to go get a burrito. So I think I must have been like a lot more hungry than I thought. I did a ton of riding today. Like, I did so much riding that, like, right now it feels like a couple hours off. Like, when you get that much, I don't want to call it exercise, but get that much when you get that many runs in and you're not used to getting that many runs in, an extra 2 or 3 runs in than you normally do, you're like, it's really good for you, I think. That's what I'm trying to say. And for me, it kind of messes with time. Like, I'm more energized later at night. So, like, when I went out to the store, we went to the food co-op first, which is our, like, organic specialty store. Scully's begging to go up. And it was already closed. I'm pretty sure. It said open, but they had a ton of pallets, like, blocking everything, and I think it was just a mistake that they had the open sign up still. Or it was just open for a couple more minutes, and I just... But now I was kind of thinking sushi, and I'm like, well, they don't have sushi. I was kind of thinking burrito. They don't really have burritos there that I like. Oh, I don't even remember that Alki. I don't remember that whole situation. I feel like there was not a lot of information I could find out about, like, Farmer Charlie. Like, either I wasn't following IP2 stuff very close. I don't know. It was like, okay, Farmer Charlie's a weed grower that probably didn't want to get doxxed, so he's kind of mysterious. That's the fervor cult. STD, the fervor cult. Oh, fever cult. Dang, Scully. Well, might as well just eat this one. And I will throw this away. I'm probably going to smoke one and maybe start a sleep stream or watch that Alone show somewhere. I got really into season 1, 2, and 3. Now I'm on season 4, and they made it 2 people, teams of people. So they kind of screwed with the algorithm. Oh, I think I have a bunch of diapers in the bathroom. I've had both my kids that live in Bellingham over. And one is still in diapers. I don't know, as long as that thing works, it's kind of nice. I might just watch that show. Okay, I'm just. Wow, there's like a new setting that says whether there's any copyright Sometimes I feel bad. I'm like releasing all these videos all at once. Well, I better do it now because you're only allowed like 3 push notifications a day, so I might as well just keep on loading them since I was on the today. I don't like the extra page. They could have just put the copyright thing on another different page, but I really see. I see what's going on. I see that they added it when it has its own page. Okay, so am I going to check IP2 like one last time? Or I say it's time to watch something else. Whoa, chicken admits to scripting.
Are you comfortable?
Yeah.
Go back a little bit if you need more leg room.
I don't want to be on them though.
Don't worry, they're young.
Thank
Don't worry about that. Their comfort is more.
you. Thank you very much. I was so glad to get out.
I mean, it was a really long wait too because
Yeah.
That's clickbait. A lot of clickbait on IP2 of what you think you're gonna see. I hit back, and then it went back to. computer. I'm gonna see if I can search your account because it's a little bit the way you spelled it. It's a little bit unique enough that.
And definitely, I would share with you that it's entirely likely that every single camper knows what resources are available to them. These folks, many of them are, as you heard before, they are the hardest to serve, and they're hardest to serve for a reason. They've been in and out of the system. They are long-term.
I think because you have the space in there, it actually makes it unique.
I don't believe that, to be really candid,
23 subs
would have much impact or value at this point. But we did make those services available to folks
No
prior
content.
to the Jerry Field cleanup.
Echoing what Brian said there, I'm not aware of a handout that was distributed. There were 4 senior staff members from the city on site at Laurel Park on Friday morning. None of the 4 of us handed anything out. We were consistent in our message to folks. When we were asked by not campers, but by members of the community, where are we supposed to go? Our response are not allowed to stay in the park. It is illegal to camp in the park. And the first place to start is the base camp facility. Often the response would be, they can't go to base camp. Throughout the course of these days and cleaning these facilities up or engaging with campers or trying to find support or talking to people as the case may be, and I've personally been in this many times over the last 4 or 5 months and I've talked to campers individually. I have often asked the question, why is base camp not an option for you? Consistently, the response, well, the responses vary a little bit, but it's consistently, I choose not to go there. It does not fit into what I would like to do. One individual said those people are boring. He just needs a place to be weird. Okay, fine, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, but that's a choice that individual has.
They're boring.
I'm sure that there are folks who. There was one individual on Friday that I'm aware of who had his stuff or brought his stuff down to Maritime Heritage Park, and throughout the day, eventually, he could store his property. To which we said, of course, yes. We just asked the public works crew down to collect his belongings and store them at the Bellingham Police Department, like we do with that, and then he went to this. So the campers and people who are homeless, I hate to be sorry for the terminology there, but people who are experiencing homelessness who are in these locations know very well that they have access to base camp and where to go to get that, or the opportunity to cancel, or other options. But many of them,
you can have your stuff stored at the Bellingham Police Department.
Friday that I'm aware of who had his stuff or brought his stuff down to Maritime Heritage Park, and they eventually asked if the city could store his property. To which we said, of course, yes. We just asked the public works crew down to collect his belongings and store them at the Bellingham Police Department, like we do with that, and then he went to base camp. So the campers and people who are homeless, I hate to be sorry for the terminology there, but people who are experiencing homelessness who are in these locations know very well that they have access to base camp and where to go to get that, or the opportunity to cancel, or other options. But many of them, for various reasons, are either choosing not to use them or ever making other choices in their life. So that's a difficult question, unfortunately, to address. And I hate that I'm trying very hard not to generalize, because that's not the case. Each of these people are individuals. They very truly are. And they're good people to talk to, right? They're in a very difficult spot in their life. But you cannot have other resource lists. Brian's correct. We had this civic field resource facility available for a couple days prior. We were consistent in our message on Friday that the first place to start is the base camp, and that there was space available on Friday morning for people to go. And we were also consistent in our message to campers that if you would like, we will store your belongings for up to 60 days. So you tell us what to store and we will store it. If it is clean and we are able to, we will be happy to store those belongings. And we did have 1 or 2 people take us up on that, but by and large, folks chose not to use that resource.
Thank you for that follow-up. And I think it's important, I mean, that differentiation between those who are currently unhoused and sleeping in nations and providing, support in a variety of fashion, and protesters who have repeatedly articulated demands, right, to the mayor as well as council members through whether that be public comment in the form of, oral testimony or emails, voicemails, a variety of ways. But what Director Johnson just said is very important, that each of these people are individuals, and the work of the city and the continuum of services that we've been looking at, is really to provide a broad base of services and a wide variety of services, but services that are aimed at serving a broad population of individuals who are in sort of a particular place or have particular needs. And we're not in a position to be able to provide individualized services on a case-by-case basis, right? I mean, unfortunately, that's not what the city is able to do as a government entity, but we partner with social service agencies who, do a lot of that outreach within the community. But I feel like we've been silent, or maybe haven't addressed, what people were calling for. And I believe that we're likely all on the same page, but I think it's worth articulating clearly that when people are asking or demanding for absolutes, I mean, there's very rarely an absolute in any of the worlds that, are operated in. There's always some exception. And so things like amnesty for all protesters, to drop all charges and cease all investigations related to
But yeah, my Twitter
the 28th.
that fucking sucks. That's really fucking cringe, I'm gonna lie. Completely different person than I am now. Was going through extremely trauma.
One that raises concern for me as a council in our community, and seeing things escalate and wanting to make sure that, that there is accountability if things transpire, that we do follow through on that. And when we talk about permanent, no barrier housing, I think we've discussed that previously, but maybe not specifically articulated the harm that can do within, looking at that continuum of services and hearing from providers today. One of the gaps, wasn't sort of the need for a permanent no barrier housing, because I
If
feel
in a
like
slip
permanent
says,
no barrier
Alice,
housing
the
for all
balls
is something that,
Nova,
in my
or
opinion,
the
would
Nova.
undermine and sort of
He
perpetuate
told me a lot of stuff about you in
homelessness
DM, and he
and
said you couldn't
would
resist
really
the Nova.
restrict individuals' abilities to move through, right, and transition through those continuum of services. And I don't think it's something that we can, or support. And so when you're asked for something like that and saying, where are people supposed to go? The concern is about the misinformation about base camp and, what people who have been using can't go there. And the reality is you can't use on site, right? I mean, there are places where these programs, yes, have rules, and the rules are in place to protect the residents there as well as the broader community. And it's an essential part of providing those services and being able to support people.
Thanks everybody for coming in.
Success. And similarly, the permanent ban on all encampment sweeps. And I think we've acknowledged that our policy really has been to leave people in place. If this has been their choice and they are not, base camp isn't the place for them, or they're on hard times and they haven't been able to, secure sort of conventional housing as we know it, and they're maybe in a process, that we're not going to, just chase them around the city. But we do have some accountability issues with respect to public health and safety concerns. And the reality is that we can't turn a blind eye and say that all encampments, will never be touched.
I don't know.
We've seen stark examples
Maybe
of the concerns for public health
isn't,
and
but,
safety that arise.
She assaulted me with a weapon. She destroyed my property, so that's a little bit worse than just assault. in my opinion. I don't know. I'm not a legal genius or anything, but
Yeah, that's
really
for sure.
not. I think Al should be pressing charges. And honestly, I want to press charges.
I don't want to press charges.
I don't think you should probably be doing that.
Are you kidding me? She came at my car and threw my property all over the fucking lot. And I didn't provoke anything. Alright? So, I could press charges. I want to press charges. She's hit me.
Wow, I'm surprised this other guy's like saying no, you don't want to do that. She would be retarded not to sue over this phone. There's video evidence. Yeah, and get assault charge returned. Oh. They would 100% lose the case. Yeah, I think because they were, I don't know, that they were under something called mutual combat where they were like friends that were fighting. They've gotten away with just tickets rather than assault charges for like some, I think they call it like if it's disorderly conduct. Yeah, it's like difference between mutual combat, or what is mutual combat? What is considered mutual combat? The term used in the United States courts occurs when two individuals intentionally and consensually engage in a fair fight, not hurting bystanders or damaging property. I think what the line is did the phones getting smashed? Phones get smashed, make it not mutual combat? Consensually engage in a fair fight? Was it really fair? Hurting bystanders? Were bystanders hurt? I feel like they're, there's no official law that forbids mutual combat in the United States. This is when two individuals. I think they at least got tickets for like disorderly conduct or something, just general like that. I don't know who I'm talking to in chat if there's anybody here, but okay, I think that's horrible. And then I'm gonna like watch TV and probably try to have chat open to the side. And God, until those weddings over, geezer can finally have a whiskey shit in peace.
So what did the doctors say? What did you have a fractured skull or?
No, they said I had some hemorrhage on the side of my head and the black eye, and they also said my nose was hurt within that. So, and they said my heart rate was unusually high. I have the papers exactly. I don't really know like the big medical words, but
Part of it?
no, that I'm on.
Yeah, no, I'm just kidding. So were you concussed? Surely you have a bad concussion, right?
No concussion. I was really keeping
No
my head up.
concussion?
I was really keeping my head up when she pushed me down.
So your bone just like absorbed all of it.
Oh, they also have. She hit me with the rock right here. There's like some kind of scarring up here on the top of my head.
Ugh, that sucks.
Knowing like what was gonna happen, knowing like some shit to go down, so it's fine. And I do kind of feel bad because this entire trip for everybody has just been ruined because of me and Bobby fighting. But it is what it is.
Yeah, well, certainly that was not.
Well, I think that is quite the update for the end of the day. Where the hell? Trovo Live. Oh, it's funny. It's still live.
I don't blame him.
Okay. I have good news.
It might be too.
I have good news for your eternal soul. I found the exorcism spell.
That sounds
Are you ready?
sacrilege.
Are you ready to be exorcised?
This is let me just translate. Turn off the camera. I don't want to be possessed or anything.
Flux sacre, set me lux, nunquam draco set mihi dux. Vade retro satana, nunquam suade mihi vana. Sud mala que libas, ipse venena vivas. You feel any better? No? You don't feel better? I don't know. Maybe you're just fucked. All right. Well, thank you to that super chatter. The power compels you. The power of Christ compels
Dude, I can't
you.
watch this show and it's just fucking audio so scuffed. So let's put this man on the network who tries harder than other retards out here. Who is this guy? Dang it, I hate that when they have a link and you're just trying to get the person's, like, you're just trying to get their channel name, but it goes to the dead link of a removed live stream, and then it is. Okay, I gotta get on here. Should load up. Do I have a job, Lewis Allen? I work in the like the cannabis industry, basically, with doing like trimming and stuff like that. But there's not a lot of work. Fuck, Lewis Allen just asked that like 4 minutes ago. I don't even know if he's still here. Louis. Like trim. And I've been waiting for hopefully some landscaping work to come down the pike here. Okay, what was I saying? I was going to get the vape out. I don't know, dude. This vape is fucking a lot of work. Seattle, beautiful, expensive city. Yeah, I'm in maybe a lesser expensive city than Seattle, but very close. We're about 80 miles north. But the cost of living here is pretty steep. I think you need to make, for a decent quality of life, you need to make like $15 an hour minimum. I'm going to be doing some trips to Seattle. I'll probably do some live streams or something or at least GoPro recording while I'm there. My buddy Nighthawk that I rode with today, and I'm releasing those videos now. He's been going out with
And there's something cool about it.
He's been going out with he takes the train like top to these hills, and there he'll like go bombing down some really long sections. I've been stepping it up on the one wheel. Message retracted. I didn't get that. Have you gone to the fair in August? I haven't been to the big state fair. I think they canceled a lot. They're having like a drive-through fair for the state fair, I think, and then I think the local fair in Linden is canceled this year again. But I've been to our local Linden fair, and fairs are really fun. A lot of fun. I used to do like the Boy Scout hot dog stand and cook corn dogs and jalapeno poppers and hot dogs, and probably French fries or something. And that was really cool to work at it and kind of see that angle. I've got a buddy that does curly fries. Let's see if his website's up. He bought the website, curlys.com, I'm pretty sure. But maybe not. Uh-oh. Curly's pulled pork. What the hell is this? Like a different. Anyway, I guess he doesn't own the website, but do I still bike ride? I haven't been riding too much. I got rid of the e-bike that I had for a long time, the fat tires, and got more of like a minivan style bike that can fit 2 kids on the back on this big bench kind of seating, and a big like enclosed kind of cage system that goes around. But I've just been doing the one wheel, dude. I've been riding the one wheel like crazy. Like 30 miles a day, maybe. That's what Nighthawk was saying he was riding. I think that's, the days I do ride. I did 3 shuttle runs to the lake and back. The bus takes me there and I come back. So that's like a full charge, like 10 miles there. So 3 times 30. And then I went riding with Nighthawk all over town and then up into the mountains. So that's probably, like today it's probably 40 or 50 miles, almost like probably close to 40 something miles. Where I'm just grinding. But maybe if the shuttle runs are only 7 miles, 3 runs times 7 would be 21 miles. And then maybe I rode another 7 miles with him. So maybe right around 30 miles was probably pretty hardcore. But after a couple, I've been trying to get the angles right on the GoPro. GoPro is so much nicer than using the phone and trying to stream at variable rate in the woods, and it's raining and clouds, and the 180 lens, the fisheye lens, is like scratched and always getting run over by cars and flying off all the time and getting cracked on the weird spots. So shout outs to GoPro. There's some things I don't like about it. The main thing I don't like about it right now is that when I try to do like an hour video, it breaks it down at like, depending on what my quality format is, it cuts them down to like 3 gigs a piece. So I guess maybe they're just more manageable to work with when editing. But I wouldn't mind it to just be an hour video or a 2-hour video. Like, why is it forcing me to go and put all this stuff into editing software to make it the original clip? Like, I must have like a setting. Maybe there's a setting I can change for that. So this was takes long. Yeah, when I was doing those bike bike packing trips to my friend's house back in the day at the bird refuge. Those were some classic freaking times in this channel. I was usually editing all my videos, so I would take all my clips and put them together into one video, into a longer video. Usually have music throughout the whole thing. Because I thought I was punch my. I don't know if that's what you're talking about. I just had some throwbacks on my Facebook pop up. So, do you think about getting surgery for your nearsightedness? Oh, I tried going into a LASIK place, and like they basically have you do like a full blown dropper in the eye vision test like twice in a row. And when they were explaining like the level of like you have to stare up into this thing and like keep your eye focused on the thing, and they were like testing it with me and stuff, like I was moving my eyes and shit, and like I don't like the whole idea of like LASIK surgery like is different depending on which doctor you go to, because they have different forms of the technology lasers that do the same thing. So in a sense, you can go to like budget places that have older equipment that don't charge as much, or you could go to like maybe places that are more cutting edge. When it was first popular, I always thought it was an interesting idea, but they don't recommend it for people that are just like not. If you can handle having contacts or glasses, like don't worry about getting it. Something like that. If I did like welding work or something where I needed sunglasses or hoods or something on all the time, where I had multiple other eye protections on all the time, or if I was like a motorcycle racer or something, that somehow I'd have a better chance of not fogging my shit up. Maybe. High risk. I think my sister got it. Dude, you have like a flat eye for like 2 weeks. That could flap open. That is so rough. Have eye flaps. Put my treats up there to try to get that. I'm excited to try the new Santa Cruz pure lemon juice. I've always seen it. So, one, there's like tons of downsides in my opinion about the procedure. Sketchiness. They fucked up my friend's mom's. My friend got it, and then his mom got it. And she had to get like the part of the procedure redone. Like, I don't know if the centering of like where, like the centering must have been off or shifted a little bit or something. But I think they were able to go back in and fix what they did. Yeah, these are like kind of a nice, like Havana or something, I think. Havana 2, maybe. On the Ray-Ban. Yeah, I finally got a full-time job this summer with a 502 garden as one of their head gardeners out of a, you know, a very small team of people that are actually messing with the plants and stuff, picking leaves and not doing any trimming. Like, trimming's totally separate. I couldn't have handled trimming 8 hours a day, I don't think. When you can do it other places for better rates. Crazy. But if you want to see my a lot of my gardening on yeah, I got a few, and we're seeing what's going on with a few of these. I think I need to set the vape up so I'm like motivated to use the vape. But maybe I'll just use the yeah, look at that right now and tell me what you think if you want. It's just gardens that I worked at, but I worked for Mount Baker Gardens, the 502 official, like, Washington State licensed garden this summer, and it was pretty cool. It was pretty cool to work on a pretty small, tight team of people that took care of thousands upon thousands of plants. Maybe when they had their outdoor out there, it was like tens of thousands of plants on the whole property. I don't know. I was talking about my ice trip, my ice sniping, hanging out with Brandon Hampton. Anyway, I met him super early in the morning. They spent the whole day looking for him, trying to figure out where they were. And ice was on the move, and he was running around with Arab Andy, and Arab Andy was like running into like school campuses and stuff, and they were getting themselves kind of into trouble. And probably a good thing I didn't find them, but I ended up going back to their RV that was like in a known park location where people could come and hang out. People were streaming there with Billy the Fridge and a bunch of other like stream snipers that were small streamers, I think. But I hung out at the RV for quite a while, rode my bike around that park, offered liquor to everybody on the RV, but I think nobody trusted or whatever. It was still sealed and everything, and I think I just ended up having a drink. But people were giving Ice like a pound of weed, purple weed for the Purple Army, and they were taking him around their gardens. So he was MIA for like many hours. And he gets back to the RV, like ready to get out of there. Like, let's go yesterday kind of thing. But there's literally 40 to 50 plus people there that have been waiting for him to come back for like hours and hours and hours, like pour their soul out to him and say whatever the hell they were going to say. But luckily he had enough time to smoke a J with me, so I smoked a J with Ice beside him. I don't think a lot of people can say that they smoked a joint with Ice beside him. Or smoked a blunt with Brandon Hampton 10 toes down. Actually kind of feels like something I can be proud of and accomplishing in this whole streaming thing. That I did that at the time that trip. That's some kind of heavy shit. CX. What's funny is I have a feeling people in the chat are not the people that generally follow the Ice Poseidon 2 legacy, if you will. Okay, last clip. Hotel.
I don't want to be around them.
Really, you're like done with them?
I mean, at least for now, I can't. I need to stop, like, putting myself in situations like that.
Yeah, Top Mod left because of Alice too. Because Top Mod told me, promise me, Captain, no more Alice. And I told her no more Alice. I told her no more Alice.
And then you let him back on.
And then Top Mod said, okay, I'm not gonna leave then. And then 5 minutes later, Chicken comes in my RV with Alice. And I'm like, whatever.
Yeah, that's also why Bobby's pissed at you.
Because I let him back in. Yeah. Well. Yeah. She's got a point. Wow. That for 57 seconds, that was packed with some conclusive details. Wait a second here. Chicken Hotel.
Yeah, I don't want to be around them.
Really, you're like done with them?
I mean, at least for now, I can't. I need to stop putting myself in situations like that.
Yeah, Top Mod left because of Alice too. Because Top Mod told me, promise the captain, no more Alice. And I told her no more Alice. I told her no more Alice. And then Top Mod said, okay, I'm not gonna leave then. And then 5 minutes later, Chicken comes in mod with Alice. And I'm like, whatever.
Yeah, it's also why
He said whatever because the donations probably just start pouring in with just the beef and the drama. I like the pics of the fungi. Yeah, I've taken pictures of mushrooms for a long time when I see them, because they're often so different and so unique, and at least in Washington, they're like, some nice slimy ass ones that look just really trippy. Then we've got like real close to me, I've noticed there's rings. But there's the first time I saw rings of amanitas, and these amanitas become about the flying sauce, just giant. I don't know if that's uncommon in other places, but I've definitely seen people looking for them online and not really knowing where to look, but they're crazy abundant here. Other ones are a lot harder to find. I think people take mycelium beds and stuff, and they end up dying out. Good looking family, thanks. Oh my. Yeah, this section is so hard. Or is it really? I'll try to play it for you guys. Probably scuffed here. Let's turn up the quality so you can try to see. Oh man, no quality checking.
I missed
The best part. Or no, I missed the part. I wanted to go right there.
I love it. Just above this one.
And again, maybe sometimes it's, out of individual's concern, but it's at a risk to the individual who's staying in that location and living in that situation, as well as to the broader community, those individuals. And so I just really want the broader community to understand that what's being advocated for, I really believe, is a disservice to the people that these individuals are coming to try and protect and serve. So I want to, again, acknowledge the hard work of our staff and the teamwork across with the county and other service providers to really stay the course on this incredibly difficult journey and acknowledge the broad support of programs that are in place and the actions that we talked about earlier today that we're taking to continue to expand funding and also expand capacity. Every individual, matters, and we're hoping to be able to help everybody, but we also have to keep our eye on, on making sure that we don't increase those numbers, right? And if we take our eye off the ball and sort of these programs further down the continuum that are helping rental assistance and other things that are helping to prevent people from slipping into a situation where they are unsheltered, that's in my opinion some of the most important work that we're doing, because at that point, you
Killer QC IRL. So please QC. Oh, kill Quebec, right? Oh, dude. I'm gonna eat one of those. Shit, 8 minutes ago. I'll show you this. We'll end it and have a sleep stream, I guess. In a while.